So, I'm not going to give this case the respect that I've shown other cases by properly dressing until it gives me the respect that I deserve as a player. So, I have the shit here. I looked at it, I'm like, this case doesn't deserve a shirt and a vest. Doesn't deserve any of that. I played Storm Eagle because I'd much rather be speedrunning Mega Man X 100% than having to play the rest. I would rather watch myself, like an old stream, old speedrun stream of Mega Man X. And that, let me tell you something. It is difficult to watch yourself speedrun because you're like, ugh, how'd I mess that up? Ugh. That would be a far better experience in this case. Exactly, Jeff. Hey, if you like this case, but I will tell you that from an attorney's perspective, this case is absolutely terrible. Like, the problems that it has had cannot be reconciled later. Like, that's one of the biggest issues. Yeah, I was told just get through this case and the rest will be fine, so, and we're gonna do it. Very eye-rolly.
Subscription!
Boom. Alright, well, enough stalling with Storm Eagle goodness. Thank you for the sub, Vert. I mean, at some point, she's just gonna leave, right? Like, what? She could be the Yenfei of Inazuma. Instead, she rolls around with those losers. Yeah, there's no mystery. Which means there's not really any tension. Let's see. What has this case done right so far? Because I can probably count those things on one hand. It's set up Athena pretty well. I think the way it's presented Athena has been fine. Again, the whole age thing was... It's been watered down so much at this point that it's not even amazing. And Apollo's reaction to it doesn't make any sense. But that's more on her character in general than just this case. Similarly, why I'm not going to harp on Simon Blackwell's obviously ridiculous and unbelievable premise of being a convicted felon in prison who's there to prosecute, which is absolutely stupid. But I don't blame that on this case. That's more of a wide game problem. Okay, so Athena's been presented pretty well so far. I like Jinxie. I think Jinxie's fun. Trucy's part was fun. I think the dialogue generally has been pretty good so far. And I actually do like the whole, like... I like the backstory of, like, he was a pro wrestler. And like, that was actually kind of fun. I like that. Problem is that everything that's happened from you know, the murder on has just been, ugh. The defendant's fine. I like him. Be a little over the top, but I mean, that's par for the course, right? I very much dislike his design, but it has a purpose. I just think it looks ugly. Right, like if you took his character, like just his character on its standing on its own, you like him, but you don't necessarily like the way he is executed in the game. That's true, Jeff. I actually just told somebody, this was last week, they wanted me to represent them in a case that was like 90 minutes away. So it's a couple counties over, few counties over. And I'm like, nah, it's not gonna be worth your time to pay me for travel costs to come there and practice in front of judges I don't know and who don't know me in your criminal case, like, you are going to be significantly better off, both both to your wallets and to the result by going with somebody that's in that area, at least closer, that's practiced in that area. Not that I wouldn't take a case where I didn't know the judge, but coming from like a ways away brings a certain, like, it's not reputation, because they don't really know you. That's the whole point. Like, it could cause a raised eyebrow, which it shouldn't. It shouldn't matter, but it still kind of does. And I'd prefer the client not already be in that sort of hole if they can find someone in the area that would better suit them. Hey, Seth. All right. Well, let's go. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please?
The name's Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like.
Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. Yeah, that looks way better. Oh, I didn't even notice she winked. That's funny. Thank you, TJ. It's TJ. CJ. CJ for the $2. Boo! Boo! This message brought to you by your local yokai. I'm gonna leave how I'm enjoying this case up to your imagination. Ah, it's those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Fitch stole them again.
They're all yours, your honorship, sir.
What? But they seem awfully expensive.
Yep, too expensive for me. But I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship.
It's a kind gesture. But legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts.
Oh, ethics, methics. Just take them if you want them. Polish them up real nice for you, too.
I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Ten Matero in the foyer after the murder.
At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guests. I was still in my office, keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree.
Oh god, it was Aussie, right?
The yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams.
So you're telling me this court you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Ten Matero?
Yep, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the holy truth, and nutter butter but the truth.
Wait, nutter butter the truth. Okay. Sure.
Ten Matero? Bah, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo jumbo, do ya? I certainly don't.
I think he just cleared the bare minimum of, like, step 1, be sure you can decline bribes. Oh. Is that a good? I guess. But not something that you should praise him for, because it's something he should be doing.
Hmm? My bracelet. It's... Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch has been lying to us? Are you sure it isn't just your bracelet's trying to cut off the circulation to your hand so that it falls off? I wouldn't rule it out. It has been an asshole to me recently. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell, some sort of...
Like, is he kid? This is a joke, right? This is a joke. This is just a big joke. The developers intentionally put this line of dialogue on the screen in which he has his biggest tell possible while he's looking like he wants to shit out all the concentrated evil that's been building up in his body from all the lies he's been telling. It has to squeeze.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
And pull super hard on this handkerchief he has. And close his eyes so you can't make eye contact. Nah. If only I could zero in on some tell. Something that might give him away. That was a good time for a raid because Mega Man X anything makes me feel happy. Hello, Raiders. Robin, Ancient One, Acme. How you guys doing? Tara's Anvil raid. What was Tara streaming this fine evening? Hello, Tara. Thank you for the raid. I think that's the... think. There you go. Go check out their channel, please. They're also Ace Attorney fans. As well as Danganronpa and other jazz. Although, I don't know what Tara's playing right now. Oh, you're doing art? That's really cool. RPG Maker stuff? That sounds fun. Okay. I'm not answering that question anymore. Everybody, I want you to know that right now. I am no longer answering the question, how are you enjoying this case? Because people love to answer it, and I know why. Ask it, and I know why. It's because they hate the case, and they know I'm going to hate the case, so they want me to go ranting. But if I keep ranting about it, every time somebody brings it up, we're never going to get through it, and I'm going to quit the game and the series before we get out of here. So, if someone else wants to use whatever headcanon you desire to inform people what I think of this case, you go right ahead, because I'm not answering the question anymore. I mean, I believe that you just got here. I'm not, this isn't an attack on you personally. You couldn't have known that there were already 4 or 5 other people who've asked me that exact same question. Unless you were here earlier. So don't take this as me chastising you. This is just from this point on, Yep, you guys tell him all the headcanon you guys want. Sure. Good call, Jeff. If you want to hear me at any point in time give you my thoughts about this case, $10. And I'll stop whatever I'm doing, and I'll give you a full rundown. Nobody's gonna pay me $50 for that. See, I'm trying to strike a balance between, you know what, I'd actually do it for this amount of money if somebody paid me, but not like too high that nobody's going to pay that. I always reserve the right to change that, but for right now, $10. Nope. It's not cumulative, CJ. Not cumulative. It has to be a single donation of $10. If I allowed crowdfunding, I would definitely raise the price then. Would it not be wise to wait until the case is over before ranting about it? Yes, but when people pay you to do things, you end up doing some unwise things at times. That's what money can do to people. And I'm no exception. Money can corrupt me. I already did, Lugia. Yeah, and for all you foreigners that have currency weaker than the US dollar, it has to equal 10 US dollars. So don't send me 10 Canadian dollars like, ha 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 ha. Do it, motherfucker. No, don't do that. It has to be whatever, $55 Canadian to equal $10. It's not that much. Oh, what if we send you some guy's very expensive shoes? They'd have to fit. But hey, I have no problem buying things from like Goodwill and stuff. I don't do it very often, but like if it's nice, it's nice. I don't give a shit that it was owned before. I kind of want to show a clip from a video that's going to be released soon in regards to the orange thing, but I'll let's just put it this way. Think about who the greatest orange thief in the world would be right now. If I didn't immediately come to your head, you're not using your brain. Why would I steal any of your oranges? Why would I want any of your oranges? Okay, fine. Really? Hmm. That's annoying. I don't want to add it as a whole new media thing.
They should just
Sticking
produce
straws in
better.
oranges.
Remember them old commercials?
They look.
I can just imagine Twain laughing maniacally atop a bluff while the orange orchards burn.
Oranges have gone.
Oh my gosh! What an image!
Oranges have officially gone extinct.
Somebody should. Yes.
Should just
Sticking straws in.
Hot rod my car.
Okay, here's the
I was
story.
not expecting that.
Alright, I gotta stop at the store one of these days and get me some regular pulp orange juice now.
God, why would you say such a thing?
You guys are the
So
only
there
one
was
that,
a
ones that
one
enjoy.
time
God, even
Trolling
to get
me.
like fine, get orange juice, but pulp is awful.
when I was 19, somebody tried to hot rod my car, hot wire it, whatever the word is, try to steal it,
Yeah,
and they failed. And there was a kill switch, or was a kill switch in the car.
good.
But I had a bag of oranges in the back seat, and they took the oranges, every one of them.
Oh wow. They didn't
I
leave one
don't know
behind
When you
for
say every one of them like they were gonna
The-
leave
the whole
some
bag.
for you.
maybe
So
maybe
I-
they got lucky and one would have fallen out,
I
or you would
don't
have left
know.
one behind for him.
Oh, is
like,
that it?
I won't take all his oranges.
That's gotta be it, right? It'd be like right there, or is that this one?
I think that's.
Is this a tower?
it's not a tower.
It's gotta be it.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know who robbed me, but I know it wasn't Twain.
Well, you've narrowed it down to one less person.
That's really funny.
Get that prime beef.
See, when you make your feelings strong,
Then it's
that
everybody.
killed
Down
it.
the fucking
Oh my
arrow.
god, what a fucking puss bag! You know.
Puss bag.
It's gonna make you like. It's gonna absolve you of so many crimes. That's definitely the tower because it's orange.
Your favorite color.
Now, if it, God, if anybody ever has that happen to them, they know it wasn't me. Unless I next leveled all of you and I took them, so it makes it seem like
Yeah,
it's
and
not me.
all these years, that was like 15 years ago at least. All these years you've been pretending to hate oranges so I wouldn't suspect you. Oh no, oranges, I hate them. I've never steal a bag of them out of somebody's car.
A good long ruse.
I do.
Oh, wouldn't that be something? I tried to break into my friend's car, and I stole his oranges, and then for 15 years after that, I've been building up this hatred of oranges that I apparently have. All to make it seem like, oh, that could have been me. I hate oranges. Fuck that shit. Lies beget more lies. It spiraled out of control. Now I just believe it. I'm going down. Oh, I wish. Take on the CEO of Minute Maid. Let's fucking go. Fisticuffs. I have black psych locks about it. So Twain, what's the origin of your orange hate? Oh, that's really funny. Play this case 3 times or eat 5 oranges. Ooh, that's honestly kind of tough. This case is awful. This case is like a kumquat, which is somehow worse than oranges. Well, sure, but they're not gonna cease their orange production until I defeat them in battle. They can keep making their other stuff, but they're gonna be stubborn about their oranges. This is not better than Turnabout Serenade. I had a better time playing Turnabout Serenade than I've had playing this. One last time. Just look at this. Just look at this fucking screen. This is embarrassing. What the fuck? That's just his cannon response. What's a hawk doing in here? You know, I would think that's ridiculous, but the world has established that they had a prison that introduced animals as pets. So for some reason... Hey, Trep. Welcome for 26 months. Hawk. So I know that in universe this makes sense. So I just, yep, okay, yep. No, I'm not gonna complain. They've already made it known that that's a thing. So you know what? We're just gonna skip on by past that. No. They would not allow you, for those that are wondering, they would not allow you to have your fucking hawk in court with you. You might be able to have, like, a service animal, because you need it, right? Be kind of hard for them to deny that. There aren't many hawks that are service animals. What if it was a really nice hawk? I mean, I think, to be fair, I think this is legitimately his emotional support dog. Look, he loves that thing, and it loves him.
Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Tucker. Seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact.
That's okay. He doesn't live with you? Or he doesn't live with you, you know, in jail? Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Who's ever heard of a jailhouse bird? Like, dude just has a hawk in his cell with him. I said it. This has been world built before, so I won't linger on that. I will not linger on that. Investigations has helped us to see that that is something that is taken seriously here.
Tyler simply loves trickery and fraud. And that queer power of yours.
Whoa! Hold up, Blackwell. Bump the brakes. Unnecessary. I know how he's using it. But still, like, could have used any other word. Really?
That queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard.
This isn't some sort of trick or... Ah! Won't be able to spot squat like this. The fact that he didn't say spot squawk is hurtful.
What the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills!
No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. No lie, that's actually pretty cool. But if I were the judge, as long as he didn't shit on me, I'd feel pretty good.
Doc, somebody help! I look too good for my own good. Always merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwill, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. There was someone dressed as Tenmataro there. Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now.
But could he like rest without? Well, I guess not. That's why people that use like falcons and shit have that thing on their arm, right? Because I guess it can't really perch without like having to. I mean, it could, but it wouldn't.
I have a sneeze and it won't come up.
You know, as much as I would like to think that I'd have like this badass character in Phoenix Wright, my whole quirk would probably be, oh my god, I have to sneeze, and then I get out a bottle of antihistamines, and then I continue on. I've actually never had a problem with it in court. It's probably because like when it's court, like your body's not thinking about it, so it just doesn't, kind of sort of doesn't happen. It's really weird.
Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Come on. Oh, yeah. So I did make the, this is bigger. The whole panel is further out, a little bit down now. So if you think it ends up looking, it ends up being intrusive, let me know and I'll restore it. But I think it actually looks pretty good right now.
Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that.
Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. Why didn't you just start with that? Those 2 lines before that, completely pointless. Not just a Gatling gun, but a gun for an arm. The next prosecutor is literally going to be Barrett from Final Fantasy VII. And when you piss him off, he's actually going to be like, and Phoenix is going to have to duck behind the fucking, and the judge is going to be like, ha ha ha, you silly rascal. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss.
Ah! I didn't watch that one, no siree! I was doing my job just like I was supposed to.
Mega Man would make sense to be a crossover. Why hasn't that crossover happened yet? We've had Mega Man Street Fighter. We've had Phoenix Wright, Professor Layton. We had Phoenix Wright in the Marvel vs. Capcom games where Mega Man's also a part of it. Where is this? Wow, we have something here. This needs to happen. That would be awesome. And of course you know it'd be absurd because it's fucking, what? Well, it's always the year 20XX unless you want to go for but the Zero series, where it's like, or X, I guess, is hundreds of years after the original. And then Sonic can cross over. See, the next, like, Smash Bros. Game needs to not be a fighting game, but instead Ace Attorney with all these different Capcom characters. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yipes! Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." Ha! I actually think... Okay. So... The... Apollo doing the hearsay, I think, is problematic as the attorney. It's not... You can say things like, well, that's not what you told me. You could do that. But it would still fall under the same exceptions or whatever. I actually think I would raise the objection if I'm Black Quill, but I actually think this would fall under an exception because all they're talking about is the fact that he commented on the quality of the match. Now, it gets into whether that's part of the truth of the matter asserted. It is a part of the truth of the matter asserted because you're saying, by knowing the quality of the match, then you probably watched the match. Because watching the match is the truth we're trying to get at here, right? But it might be considered far enough removed that they would grant the hearsay in this case. Maybe not. I'm just saying this. I think this is a legitimately like questionable, in terms of this is something that might actually be let through. Oh, the bird is definite. Well, actually, Black Quill is guilty of obstruction of justice. The court's not going to charge the hawk, not here at least. Rival Schools is the greatest fighting game ever. Fight me! Actually, sorry, Project Justice is the greatest fighting game ever, but obviously that's just a sequel of Rival Schools. But yes, you have that in there too. So, do you admit to slacking off? You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. Lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types too. I can do double duty. Watching TV in the foyer at the same time. The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief. Oh, you got him, Apollo. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off? That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV in the foyer at the same time. Like, do you guys understand the difference in the hearsay there between you told me you watched the match versus you told me the match quality was bad? That's why there might be some actual room for argument there. I was gonna say candy ass, but I was like, no, this dude ain't cool enough to actually parrot the rock. That's nothing but a bald-faced lie. Bald, you say, but I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you mean the witness, Mr. Justice? See, this is one thing that I guess Phoenix has the issue too, but I feel like with Apollo, it's more prominent for some reason. I don't know, maybe it's because he comes off as a little more brash, but like, dude, this is completely unnecessary to say. It's nothing but it was a lie. And this is why. That's nothing but a bald-faced lie. Of course, that line is then used so that the judge can go stupidly, bald, but I'm not the one who's lying. I thought people did use the term bald face too. I don't know if it's correct or not, but I know I've heard it before. In that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV in the foyer simultaneously. You've claimed Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV in the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it. We have Jinxie's statement again. We just keep hammering that. Oh. Wait. It's the TV's that way. They're on the opposite sides. He would have had to literally been swiveling between his chair.
Take that!
Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be. It's not, I don't even think that's supposed to be a funny statement, but the way he said it's hilarious. I think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Oh, it's very inconvenient. Why can't he be like any other security guard in any other fiction, which he has the cameras there and then he has his little TV set here that he's actually paying attention to. But at least he's still looking the same way. Why, yes, someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly. And that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim. Yipes! The bag's out of the cat. I mean the other way round. Order. But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? It's very relevant, because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Ten Matero impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
What now? Whereas Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? Their main point is still no one else could have came in. This. I'm not a mind reader. Ah! Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki? They were? I mean, yes. Yes, they were. You already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't? My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So, you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yup, my ears were working full time. So who's the liar now, you no good shyster? I don't know, if I'm Apollo, I never would have led him into that answer like that. That's weird. A lying thief calling me a shyster. This has to be the low point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, sir. You really are something else. No, the Apollo just did it. So you're saying you didn't hear anything? I never would have let him like that. Like, if you're gonna say it, you need to say it. I'm not gonna help you say it. I mean, you don't miss a thing. And them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Talking is particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, may suddenly find yourself on the menu. I mean, if those are bags under his eyes, those are the worst bags in fiction.
Yipes! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir.
I think it's underwhelming. But that's because all the other ones have been so good. And his is a lot more, like, mundane by comparison. Even Francisca's had objection. She has more, like, not bass, but more power to her. Scars from tears. He teared so hard they left scars. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. Well, it would have been assault if the judge didn't just fucking sanction it. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly. If your question is cherries or blank, the answer is always cherries. Emo bags. Yeah, that, I don't, less oomph to me does not mean more assertive. You can have less oomph and still be incredibly confident and come off as assertive, but it's not because of a lack of oomph. For me, at least. Objection! I mean, his is a whine here.
It's true. I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all creaky, squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Ten Mataro in the foyer. Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? Simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. Must use common sense. For lacking that, our entire world would be but upside down.
Now, see, my counter would be, I'm not claiming it was a demon or a yokai. So, you're banging on that point. Why? As the convicted prosecutor who's totally a sign of the end of times for the legal world. That's just the legal world. I guess that'd be a problem for the rest of the world.
And besides, if there weren't any yokai roaming about, I'd nab them and sell them to the zoo.
Yeah, sure.
Wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things.
That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. Kinda have to.
But if we can't prove she saw Ten Mataro, the mayor's sure gonna be convicted.
Then we'd better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. Or blanks. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Oh no! Gregory Edgeworth is better. Isn't that Pro Zed? Objection. Like, it's so fucking slick. Yeah, blanks still hurt if you're right in front of them. Guns, hell yeah, brother. Football. See, United States, this is how people outside of the States look at us. Shields is good though. It's super smooth. Objection. Like it's like you don't even care. He's like, whatevs. Objection. Nothing about Alba's any good. I don't even know. Is that hair? That could just be like tears, apparently. Like, it could just be dirt too. I mean, these are supposed to be actual whiskers. He's just supposed to look like a tanuki. Godot's good, yeah. Watching my eyes saying, oh, they're working overtime. Floor's all creaky squeaky like. No way to miss someone walking by. See, they're return on the foyer. The idea that he didn't have to go through the foyer.
Hold it!
So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch?
As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Tenmataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle.
Jingle jangle? How does he do that?
It's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles.
What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Tenmataro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? Then she saw Tenmataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says Tenmataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information? Extremely vital. I request that it be added to his testimony.
Hold it! If Tenmataro had passed by, go jingle jangle.
So Tenmataro's staff makes a distinctive sound?
Yep, like a jingle and a jangle.
Wait, Jinxie says something like that. Something about Tenmataro making a jangly sound. We're missing something here, but I can't quite put a finger on it. Perhaps I should take a look at the court record again. Is it that Tenmataro doesn't usually have a staff? But if that were the case, then what to show? This? Didn't have a staff here. This? Doesn't have a staff here. This? Doesn't have a staff here either. In fact, he's missing an entire hand. Or claw, talon. So then what do I show? Is it this one?
Objection!
Not that one. It started off so strong. Consider the evidence. Dude, he turned the judge on you.
Objection!
Okay. Temataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm gonna say that your story doesn't add up. Is there something the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tenmataro on the day of the incident. Why then? Why did you assume just now that Tenmataro would be holding a staff? Huh? You see, the Tenmataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hand. She described it sound just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound.
Yeah, so he's holding the staff. What's your point?
Objection!
You wouldn't object there. Just answer his question. The point is that Tenmataro doesn't use a staff, not normally. What are you talking about? As you see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch? You're right, there's no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick, or any type of stick, really. So the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro uses a staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. That's a strong statement. Well now, this is getting interesting. Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tenmataro carries a staff. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff. Busted again! Bloody hell, you duplicitous little... Yes, how'd that feel, Blackwell? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? This motherfucker. Admit it, Mr. Filch, you did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Well? I'm begging you, please don't make me say it. But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do, no way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone knows he did. Well, at this point, the judge should be like, oh, so you know? Well, I'm compelling you to testify, or we're gonna throw you in jail. Maybe badgering. I don't think an objection there to badgering would be unreasonable. I'm not sure it would be upheld though. Actually, you're right, King. If they had simply said hold it there instead of objection, like, I'd go with that. Still not exactly natural, but it's way better. It makes a lot more sense in an actual courtroom than objecting there. Especially since dude asked him a question. And what did Apollo do? Answer his question. The objection was entirely unnecessary and superfluous because they want to be like, oh, speech bubble. Well, okay, do the speech bubble, whatever. Just say hold it instead. Looks like he'd suck oranges. Oh yeah, assuming that we're talking about Tenmataro. Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone knows he did. Including the judge, who is doing nothing. The question now is, why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Is that why he can't admit the truth? Oh, did I? That's fine. Come to think of it, Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Tenmataro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? Well, in a more literal sense, because he knows who Tenmataro is. Ah, so Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him? Them old village superstitions? Will the defense please explain what the hell the witness is talking about? The people of Ninetails Vale believe some pretty strange things, and their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. Truth that he really did see Tenmataro. Darn straight that's why. It's all right here. They just have them written down? Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul? See, that's why us folks in Ninetails Vale can't talk about seeing Tenmataro. That clears up one mystery.
killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that... I hate this so much. I know I've done it, like, in speech, but I've never, like... If you have a chance to not write that, then you shouldn't write that. As the writer, because it just... Ugh. They knew that way no one could talk about him, so it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer. What?
Objection!
Now, this is interesting. Don't care about what? The objection thing or the superstition thing? Oh, the that? Yeah, I think you're right, Lynn. You could have just said one that, too. Hold on. I want to check something. I did not know that. This isn't what I'm looking for, though. Can you request a religious exemption from testifying? Like he's basically trying to do here. This is about the history in which apparently there used to be laws where it's like if you didn't believe in God, you couldn't be a witness. In 1807, the Tennessee State Court thus ruled in State v. Cooper 21096 citation that no person can be a witness who does not believe in a future state of rewards and punishments, but evidence of a settled belief, not slight or casual sayings, should be produced. In a more widely known case over which Supreme Court Justice Joseph Story believed that Christianity was embodied in common law, presided a federal court in Rhode Island in Wakefield v. Ross. Oh, maybe I do know about Wakefield v. Ross. 1827 disqualified the testimony of a father and son who were variously reported as disbelieving in God or in future rewards and punishment. Separation of church and state. Nay, says the court in the 1800s. This is talking about oaths. I'm assuming the "So help you God" oath. Yeah, I don't see anything about that. So I guess, as far as I could see, no. Those laws those laws would not survive scrutiny, if even in places where they still might exist. No way. No way. Oh God. I honestly don't mind that much. But yeah, I was curious as to whether he could. Maybe in Japan you can. I don't know. But yeah, so in the States, I don't think he'd get away with this, with like not having to testify, to avoid like and avoiding punishment. I guess especially since they specifically call it superstitions here, and it's not like a religious. They're not. Do you guys see a difference between religious beliefs and superstitions? I guess people that aren't religious probably would say no. Because people that aren't religious would see religious stuff as superstitions. I personally see them as different. But like, so that's interesting then. If it was a religious thing, but they keep calling it a superstition, and there is a difference between the two, if there would have to be a difference for that to matter. The fact that they keep calling it a superstition then would seem to devalue it in terms of being able to qualify for any type of theoretical exemption. I don't think you can say any custom is a religion. I would disagree with that generality. Yeah, I would generally agree with Trep. CJ, using custom there I think is entirely incorrect, because that's looking at it way too. If any custom's a religion, then fucking how many religions? You know that can't happen. You could say village superstition's a part of religion, but then that just matters as to whether you see it as the same or different. Well, yeah, you spelled the word right, but you added the wrong word. That's more of what? Agnostic, Seth? I'm surprised there aren't more, I guess. That's still a lot, but...
Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? Well, that using some silly fairy tale would that using some silly fairy tale so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Dude, he's admitting that he can't tell you the truth. He just said it. I don't see how Blackwell could, like, okay, so it's not that he was wrong for objecting, it's just, I honestly think he is in a situation where he doesn't have an out here. Again, unless there was some, like, exemption, you argue for the exemption, like, oh, well, he doesn't have to testify, as a way to, like, preserve your case. But, like, actually trying to argue against what's happening here right now is... I don't see how he wins that in this particular situation. Right. I didn't notice that until after. It was like, would you, like, would thou, like, I get what you're saying. Your common sense seems awfully narrow to minded me.
Whoa. Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Professor.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, Jesus Christ. Try living in my world of never cells, more danger, and dark sleepless nights. I don't have to because I haven't killed anybody. There is no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that the audience that we're taking here, the relevant population that we are plucking this knowledge from is the prison population and nothing else. This is anecdotal evidence. If you are an attorney and you seriously try to use anecdotal evidence in court, don't tell me, because if I learn about it, I'm gonna come and backslap the fuck out of you with my ring hand. It's embarrassing. None of you should use anecdotal evidence either, but it's especially egregious for a prosecutor to do it. Well, I know somebody that doesn't fucking matter. Just because you know somebody that thinks that way doesn't mean everybody does. I despise when people use anecdotal evidence. Like, if you're gonna do it, at least, like, say, like, well, I mean, this is only my experience, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt, but this is what I've seen. Like, all right, fine. At least you're, you know, you've established that your bit of evidence is incredibly weak.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Nine Tails Vale. A life or death superstition might even make you a believer. Or a life or death superstition might make even you a believer. Rah! Is he having a heart attack? Do we need to get him some medical help? Order, order! I say. You former Tanuki, 2 times now your lives have cost me. Sorry, I promise not to do it again. I just won't say anything. Taka, my fine brother friend, have at him. Have at you. Yipes, he's gonna eat me alive. Head for the hills. Bailiff, take him down. Forced him to accept his punishment. He took off. They just let him go. Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him and with your fastest men. The judge shouldn't have to tell the bailiff. That's a bad bailiff. I say, this witness is as broad as a box of hammers. That's certainly not something you see every day. That's not something you've seen ever, because you've never been in the courtroom before, apparently. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Tenmataro was at the scene. Now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Well, one won't, but we basically know he did. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? That's... Uh-oh. What? Huh? Ah! His shackles! Oh, I'm too young to die! Justice, Turner. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers. Eek! He's gonna fucking murder him! Oh my god! Detective, do something. Why the fuck did you let him come in with the blade in the first place, you goddamn moron? Ha 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 ha. Have no fear, Fulbright is here. Shoolish, but I am here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
and get going already before he kills us. Objection. Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is his sense of justice that set him free. Objection, objection. I object to the Jackson Fulbright's definition of justice.
Silence.
Silence. Oh, wait to pull that one off. Right? A new word. Oh my god. Also, I see where I was wrong. The I didn't realize the gallery's not behind. They don't have a gallery behind the judge. It's just I keep forgetting that Apollo and Athena are on the right side. So the camera is basically on the judge's side looking back at them. Keep forgetting that because it's like the way they make it seem like the camera is from the judge's perspective, like that angle at least, as opposed to behind them. That, and generally speaking, I have no evidence, but this is just to give you an idea of my experience. That's what I'm very used to. The respondent or defendant on the right, or left, prosecution on the right. Although I've done it the other way too. That's just kind of more what I'm used to. I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh, well, good. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, reshackle thyself? I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. Well, now it's the man with the blade that's in charge. So Justice Turner's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Did not somebody dressed as a yokai. Right! And that yokai, rather, whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Cubey. He is so bad at framing this.
Silence.
Can you explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox chamber? What? He's right. She said nothing about Tenma Taro being in the Fox chamber. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? On opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the alderman. An homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed up like Tenma. Ah! It's one thing to be whipped. It's a whole nother thing to be slashed. And why does that little scamp claim to have seen a yokai in the Fox chamber? Troy Baker did the objection, but Travis Willingham did the silence? No wonder the silence sounds better. Not that Troy Baker's bad. He's not. But if I'm casting for Blackwell, I'm not casting Troy Baker. Troy Baker is much more likely to be Phoenix than he would be Blackwell. I mean, I would think Troy Baker would be more expensive than Willingham would. We do have the same singular brain cell. Urethra! I think all of Edgeworth's lines are really good. His hold it's really good too. Hold it! Like, he adds this little extra oomph to the O. Troy Baker should have method acted by committing a murder. Don't do that, Troy Baker. Considering her father's accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. Yes, I think that's reasonable. I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Fox Chamber? There's but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. Final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long as my blade thirsted for blood, at long last it shall be sated. Wait, this is still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice Dono. Very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. And I need to go change my pants. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... 20 minutes. I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess? That won't give me nearly enough time to change my pants. Just so. Plenty of time for your destination, and intent is the loo. The loo? You mean the bathroom? Sheesh. At least include enough time to wash our hands. That should take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished. Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Well, that doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenma Taro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy in the whole samurai act anyways? Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait, let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence. I suppose it could wait till later. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? I don't believe the game remembers. Athena, I'm gonna go wash up. Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo, don't be late. I think it'd be pretty sick. Crumble cookies too good. I'm glad we have fans here. This is actually the first box I've gotten in like months because we too were a little too addicted and had to take a break. I didn't tell my wife though. So. At the very least, only one of us has to commit this sin. Now then, I believe our next witness is Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor, daughter of the defendant. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is. That is really funny. And like adorable and like oh. I feel so bad for her, sort of way.
They're big. Each cookie's huge. Each cookie is basically like a mini cake. Think of them more as like mini cakes than cookies. That's the problem. You get 4 of those, you're basically eating a cake. By yourself. So... yeah, exactly. She's pure. You just wanna pat her on the head, let her know everything's gonna be okay. You feel so bad for her. Man, ain't nothing wrong with giving a little assuring pat or anything like that. Not all touches are sexual. Although would I go out of my way to hug her? Probably not. I'm just saying. Wouldn't necessarily assume anybody was a fucking predator. Sounds like Ray Shields propaganda to me. Touche. Touche. Yeah, they do new flavors every week. This week they had Neapolitan, which was really fucking good. Like a strawberry frosting, and then chocolate cookie, and then like a cookie batter vanilla middle. They had Cinnamon Toast Crunch. They have these Snickerdoodle cookies with vanilla icing, and then Cinnamon Toast Crunch pieces on top. Dog and chip peanut butter, and my personal favorite, birthday cake. Maybe that's what cakes. I mean, you can order some. Oh, I don't know. Some places do that, dog. I don't know if they do it. But I know some places like that do, in fact, ship, as opposed to simply deliver. Yeah, birthday cake flavors. It's super good. You guys don't have... you have to have FedEx there. There's no way FedEx doesn't ship to where you live. They might not have a store, per se, but they definitely ship to you. That would be crazy. Well, not in Finland, Lynn. I'm talking about where Dog is. He lives in Maine, United States. You probably have like I'm sure there's like some European service that's like better. Is Maine the Finland of the U.S.? I'll leave that answer to Dog. No, Maine is in the United States. Canada's a part of Maine. That's just all of Maine. I mean, Finland probably has DHL, at least, I'm assuming. I wouldn't think they'd have UPS. Nurarion? Nurarion? Yeah. Nurarion, leader of the 100 demons. He really does exist! Wow, that is one well-polished tray. I did not hear that news. I haven't been on Twitter in a while, so I guess that I didn't catch that trending topic. Hashtag Maine is Canada. Yeah, I remember FedEx kind of being limited, like not very limited, but like kind of limited. A bit when I was a lot younger, but I think that's like wholly different now, because like if I remember correctly, there used to be like better, like if you're gonna ship here you should go UPS, if you're gonna ship here you should go FedEx, but I think now they're both just super widespread. Like DoorDash does they do shipping, for example, Like, I can order from a bakery in New York. They have to offer that service, but that can be done. I don't know who they... they ship it with through, though. Witness will show a face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. Okay, so this is problematic for several reasons. One, telephonic testimony is a thing. Is very much a thing. Two, as someone else pointed out, we have actually talked to a radio in his courtroom before. Now, that one you might be able to explain and say, okay, maybe they wised up after that and decided, you know what, that's probably not a great idea, so we changed that rule. However, the telephonic thing is still very much a thing. If they offer that service, I don't see why you couldn't. I wouldn't, personally. I would just order from a bakery in your country. Probably gonna taste a lot better because you'll get it right away. Hey! Yes! God, yes. Begone! Rarion, leader of the 100 demons! Oh, you think I'm a yokai? Well... the way he starts that, you assume like his judge cloak's gonna start rising, his robe's gonna start rising, like black smoke's gonna start coming from behind him. Like, you think I'm a yokai, huh? Well. I was waiting for the day someone strong enough would come by to see through my disguise, and then yeah. I mean, I don't know if Crumble's in South America. That's true that it did happen a while ago, but it would be odd for him to suddenly be like, okay with it then and then not okay with it now. Like, the circumstances are obviously different, but like, I don't know. This seems weird. Again, especially because telephonic stuff is really common. Yeah, Zoom. They have a lot more video calls these days. That's gonna happen less and less now as time goes on. But if if you're out of state or something like that, for some reason it'd be hard to get you there. They prefer in person. Next would be video calls. Then below that would be telephonic. So if they can get you on like Zoom or whatever on a video call, that's what they would prefer to do. Oh, he didn't? Well, then that's consistent. This is still wrong. Or, not this, but... Well, this is also still... No, actually, it's right. He is a monster. Just not the monster that he thinks he is. Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. If by demon of due process, he means that he absolutely destroys due process in a negative fashion, then yes, that would be correct. But I'm pretty sure they're implying that he upholds due process, which would be embarrassing of this game to try to claim. Blunder of the bar, downfall of due process. Exactly. If my charm has no effect? Demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one.
Congratulations!
Now, you little scat. Yes? Oh, but she's okay with him?
Trust you know why you're here. Bags. Bags? Oh, that tricksy Tanuki. Try the noodle stand. Go enjoy a big bowl of Tanuki tail noodles while you're at it.
Everyone's a comedian.
No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azukiari away. Azukiarai away. Azukiarai? The yokai that washes Azuki beans? Azuki beans. The only thing that needs washing would be your father's neck before I take his head clean off. Azuki Kiarai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans.
I'll be honest, I have not heard of this bean washing demon before.
But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
Man, she's just trying to help you out. Stop being a dick. Oh, is that so? Well, thank you. I just realized that my inspiration for his voice, I think, has been the merchant in Resident Evil 4.
What are you buying? Thank you.
Jinxie is a sweetie. He's just trying to be nice. I mean, any person that eats beans is a demon. Can confirm as someone who eats beans. Become a demon at least. Temporarily. It's like a status effect. I didn't realize that's who, like, because sometimes you do voices, but you're not exactly sure, like, where you're getting that inspiration from. And I didn't notice it until I actually said a line that the vendor said. Thank you. Best waifu. I have no idea what dog white beans are. Beelzebub. The Raiden Shogun disliked that. I don't know why I assume everybody's played Genshin Impact. Ignore me.
Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for. Bad enough alone, but together, those two are just plain creepy.
Well, I mean, does it look like she sleeps well? She probably just recognized another person in peril.
Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro when you discovered the crime scene.
Oh, dog, comma, white beans. Gotcha. Fair enough. I know what I've heard of white beans, but I've never had them. That's the point, though. I like that it takes my time. That's my escape. I don't want to go in there for 2 minutes and be a one-hitter quitter. Like, oh, I'm done for the day. I want to treat myself, you know? Give it all the time and attention it deserves. I heard Arc Knights is good though. It's a very nice looking game. I've seen some footage for it. Yo, what's up, Coulter? I'm pretty sure Amadeus is only programmed to talk about Team Fortress 2 if you mention other video games. It could be something that has nothing to do with shooters. And Amadeus would be like, I play Team Fortress 2. I don't look at the beans, okay? I put them in my mouth, a place in which I have no vision. Well, talk to Amadeus about Team Fortress 2 because I cannot shut the fuck up about it. Not that I'm hating. I'm not. You have passion for a game, you have passion. But it is kind of funny. Fine. If that's how you used it as an in to talk about Team Fortress 2, then fine. Attorney Horse Girl? That's interesting. That's cool that there's an emoji of her doing the objection, though. You get that one directly from me, CJ. Boo! That was so fucking lame. Fair warning to everybody, I like puns, but if you make one that lame, I will time you out. Oh, God. Ina Aquila? Legal Eagle? Sounds vaguely familiar. I feel like I heard of that like a year or two ago? I live with two of them after all. Ba-dum-bum. God, CJ. I hate that you spelled every word in that sentence correctly, too. Like, you really took your time to type that sentence out perfectly and then hit send. See, that's good. A has-been. That's a good one. That one's good. I like that one. Oh, it's an RPG Maker? But is it like a Corpse Party RPG Maker game where it's like, it's obviously made with the RPG Maker engine, but it's like more like mainstream or whatever? Why would I look like a bean? Are beans hairy? I was gonna say. Did I see Tenma Taro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw. Yes, now I remember. Yokai! Yokai, right there in that room! Like, can you buy it from Steam? Or do you have to go, like, download it from, like, some specific website? So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Don't put it that way. Lots and lots of them. Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenma Taro happen to be among them? I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming with yokai. Kasha, Nurikabe, Seto Taisho. Hey, they were all there! Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. Never have imagined that the witness would just turn out to be incompetent to provide testimony. Alright. Well, we've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. This is ludicrous. That's why you should have called her in way earlier. You would have this court.
Listen to this delusional little scam's testimony. Die! That was a strong holder. That's Wendy Lee for you. Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. Oh, by all means. Take your time to conduct a therapy session in my courtroom. Don't refer to it as a therapy session. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Of course. Fuck, why not? You give me one too? Please proceed, Miss Sykes. You sure you know what you're doing, Athena? It's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene. In fear of testifying, have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Yes! Obvious. We don't need to have a therapy session in this bloody courtroom. What are you... I feel like I'm in Bedlam. You know what? Do what you want. I'll sit here and sharpen my blade while I'm at it. Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? Makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we should get any valuable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. I'll show you. That's exactly why he would know that this is ridiculous. Ah! I know it's not SpongeBob, but fucking tell me that's not SpongeBob. The Nightman cometh. Dayman, oh, fighter of the night, man. Oh, I used to be able to do that entire fucking song. I don't remember it anymore. And friendship for everyone. Yeah, this seems really good. Found something. Seems like an out of control motion. Athena, what exactly are we looking for here? Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right here, she's like, oh, duh. Oh, of course. Right here, you can see images and emotions distracted from the witness's voice. Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, huh? And here, I thought it was just some kid's toy. Says the guy with the pulsating bracelet on his wrist. Fortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It means the sheer terror she experiences made her a confused mess. Because they can't introduce one of the primary antagonists in the tutorial case. Payne would have had to have been the prosecutor here. Duh. God. SpongeBob was one of the only shows I hated. By the time it started to become popular towards the end of high school for me, and by then I just wasn't watching. Not that I was anti-cartoon. I was just more anime cartoon than cartoon. So all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Yeah, that's right. Her fear is instilled in her hallucinations from false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. Well, yeah, that's not a problem for our witness's competency or anything. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear. So she was, and still is, seeing ordinary objects as yokai. We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now let's see.
There are some shows like that I think are still good. The main character can be like blah, but if the supporting characters are all really good, it can still really elevate the show. Trying to think of one off the top of my head. No, Parks isn't really like that because Leslie's still good. I just think the cast around her is better. Okay, I know there's a show. Actually, I would say there's a lot of anime like that. Where, like, you have, like, generic OP main character who's, like, borderline emotionless. It's like, there's nothing really all that interesting about him, but the supporting cast is really good. I never watched cartoons as a kid, aside from like 2 episodes of Dora. Fucking Coulter was 4 years old, like, where's my Friday the 15th, 13th? I only watch historical documentaries about ancient Egypt. What the hell are you watching? The only thing I think of when I think of schizophrenia now is fucking Diorama just butchering the meaning of that word. Rocco's Modern Life was the shit. You know what? Oop. What? Yeah, remember when they were talking about dissociative personality disorder? They were like, what is she? Schizophrenic. And I about blew my fucking top. My favorite cartoon as a kid? Like cartoon, like American cartoon, like non-anime cartoon? Well, actually, I mean, I guess since like the age of 9, it's been The Simpsons. Before that, it was probably like... No, they did not use dissociative identity disorder. They did not. That would be the correct way to label that. Before that, though, I'd say it's probably Rocco's. Rocco's or Rocco's Modern Life or Rugrats.
Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? He seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by tapping Probe. Next, point at what's causing Jinxie's out of control emotion. Finally, tap Probe again to try and get to the heart of the matter. Okay, let's give this a try. I feel like this is neat.
Got it!
Then they shouldn't have had Hangman's Gambit be the minigame there. Like, that was just a... Well, okay, I get what you're saying. In Japanese, it was different. I don't know. What was it in Japanese that they said? But they can't put schizophrenia there. That's, like, actually insulting. To the people who actually, you know, have that disorder. And the people who have dissociative identity disorder. Because that's not what they have. They don't have schizophrenia. They have DID. People with schizophrenia don't have DID. They have schizophrenia. Like, you gotta do better than that. That's perpetuating a really old, like, ignorant generalization that I used to have as a kid. I thought the same thing. I thought schizophrenic meant you had multiple personalities because I was ignorant. Don't perpetuate ignorance. PTSD wouldn't have worked either. It's the same problem as schizophrenia. It's not DID. It's very different. Jinxie, what's the name for that yokai on a wheel of fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. Must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, we need to point out what she thought was a yokai on the wheel of fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, wasn't that that wasn't Akasha you saw? Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? Lamp. Oh, this?
Take that!
It's a goddamn cat! Are you fucking kidding me? That makes more sense than the wheel of fire because we're talking about the animal, not the actual wheel of fire. Oh my god. I disagree. I completely disagree with that.
Take that!
I was like, I'm assuming that's what she saw that together and that's why she thought it was a cat. Even though it's not even a cat, it's a fox. But it's something. All right, I take back what I said. The light fixture? This one right here. It has a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a wheel of fire. The kasha you saw was just a light fixture. Fixture. Eek! Your pronunciation of fixture. That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. The judge is just sitting here, what, knitting? What the fuck is happening? Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? The judge is like, what the fuck are you all talking about? Can we put this on an overhead projection or something? On a screen? Can you project it onto a screen? Can we fucking Bluetooth this shit? Share screen so that we can all see this? It looks like they're just saying random words. Just pulling names out of their ass. That's the Rikabe. It's the wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. I think that's subjective. What was recognizable to me personally was the animal, not the fire wheel itself, because the fire wheel is an inanimate object that is not actually a yokai. It's being controlled by the cat. But that's just how my mind views it. Obviously, a wheel of fire is still a very recognizable phenomenon. That's no yokai, JC. That's a space. It's a folding screen. Ah! And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just the statue of one. Eek! And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue. Wait. Wait, no, stop! Okay, I thought for a second there was an extra T here, and he said it was a fox statue. Okay.
I'm seeing things. I'm seeing things. Perhaps I'm the one who's, suffering from some hallucinations.
You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. You weren't any yokai after all. See, a clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. Just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber.
This isn't good. Athena, stop being so... That's not what she's saying, though. See, I told you there wasn't shit in there, and Blackwell's just like... Yeah, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time, love.
We're in danger!
Right. Never really were any yokai there. So, defense is asserting. The exact opposite of the original assertion. Wait. Jinxie? What about Tenmataro?
Wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now. You've gotta be joking!
Order in the court. I think we just dug our own grave. That was Athena. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do. No! That's the best you got to that as a response? No! Yeah, this you. Schizo was a conscious change. Yeah, a choice. Yeah, so. Nah, bruh. Ain't that. Ain't right then, is it? TJ with the clarification. When are you going to Japan, CJ? You're going like August, right? I'm going in October. I'm not sure exactly where you're going, but I might have to hit you up for some suggestions as a recent tourist. Fukuoka? Okay. So... Wait, is that... Or am I thinking of... Yeah, okay. So, yeah, northern... Well, I guess it's not really northern Kitakyushu. It's more like northwest. It's probably going to be just outside of the end range that we'll have. Man, we are really traversing. I wanted to go more south, but we're not going to have enough time, which kind of sucks. Oh, I see what. Okay, that makes sense. I see why now. I honestly thought that was a little further north. Or not north, but west? Maybe? Yes, I see why that makes sense for you guys. Yo, what's up, Brad? What do you mean you'll be in Hokkaido and Tokyo for a bit? You're gonna go to the complete opposite ends of the country for just a bit? to the very tipping north, and then back to the center from the south. Not like Okinawa South, obviously, but. Oh, are they? That's cool. You're gonna have to tell me about Hokkaido because our Japanese teacher told us that Hokkaido was basically Wisconsin, Japan, or Japan, Wisconsin. So I'm really curious as to just how accurate that is. Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? How convenient. Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. Out to the new information we have and run an update. Seems like an unnatural reaction. Does it, though? It's just like, I don't see unnatural. I mean, I guess it's shocking. It would be weird to be shocked if you didn't see something, right? As opposed to if you did see something. Supposedly Japan is just Finland 2. I heard Finland is just Norway 3. That's my boy in Norway told me. He didn't say that. Oh, it is the wrong answer. Good. For some... Oh. Oh. Wait for this to start going off. These are very understandable emotions. Why are what? These are both very expected emotions.
Got it.
Okay. I'm so scared. My legs gave out. I fell on the floor. There in the Fox chamber, I saw panic. Then Papa collapsed in here.
Got it.
I think I'm misunderstanding something here. Okay, so this is sad, right? And this is what? Surprised? Shocked? Sad also doubles as fear. Okay, that makes sense. See, it's just weird because I would find it very reasonable for you to be shocked and sad / fearful, horrified, whatever, throughout this entire ordeal, personally. But I'm not gonna flip out, because I assume part of it is I'm not quite understanding what the game is asking. Why would you select an emotion that doesn't show up? Oh, loop the testimony? Okay, we can try that. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Try to find the emotions that contradict your statements. So if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out? Right. It's not just contradictory emotions you should look for. Also keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion's intensity. Emotions might get stronger or weaker as you you move from one statement to statement, or to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony. But that doesn't... I don't think this was the best tutorial situation. I think you could be in any state of fear or shock during this entire ordeal. I guess why would you be not as fearful or sad when your legs gave out and fell to the floor? Okay, both intensity, high intensity. I already did this.
Got it.
I think I did that one too already.
Got it.
The amount of fear you felt is rather low, despite your legs having given out from fright. That's a thing, you know, right? Like, you can become so afraid that your mind can completely shut off. Or, like, completely dull itself, I should say. Could something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage. Mama, now let's see. Ah, look! I do like how it's like Little Thief. How it's like, oh, we can update. We'll update it after I input this information. Paul, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. Dude disconnected. Sunburst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sunburst of courage? I think that was the second one I selected. Obviously, that wasn't... I think I selected it twice. Yeah, you could blank for a good amount, but there also isn't like a set like, oh, in that situation, you're always going to be blanked out for at least X amount of seconds or time or whatever. There's no real... It depends on the person. I mean, again, I think it was more so misunderstanding what the game is going for. However, I still don't think that was
great. But, whatever, it's not a big deal. Yes, there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later.
At least the game didn't punish you. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Because even the game's like, oh, you're probably gonna have to learn how this works. So we're not gonna give you a penalty for that. I chose the yellow one on the last statement. Didn't I?
Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? There's one piece of evidence that comes to mind. Wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime.
Oh, I did. See, CJ? I told you I picked that wrong answer. God damn it. Fucking telling me I didn't pick that wrong answer. I know what wrong answers I picked.
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you? Ah, Demon Lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower on it, and I liked it so much I kept it.
You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene? Him. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant.
Sorry.
It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Want to have a look, your boldness? Ah! This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell? It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? We already knew that. Those Scampier stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? This fucking guy. Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, after the murder. Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. This master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? I mean, on one hand, yes, Apollo should be like, all right, get to the fucking point so that the court knows what you're talking about. But on the other hand, we know that Apollo doesn't get the point yet either, right? Till Jinxie opened the Fox Chamber with a key. The room had been locked tight from the outside world. There was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. Trust you have figured it out for yourself by now. Killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. God damn it. No! Sorry, Demon Lawyer.
Objection!
How could this happen? That's not a valid objection, young Miss Sykes. Ugh! The defense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations. Athena, are you alright?
I know Mayor Tim is innocent, but there's nothing we can do. It sucks. Sykes, Dono, allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? And your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clear conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not gonna fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. Can't even think straight. Here, you alright? She fell right into his trap. Now I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be clear and your conscience cleansed. Of course, you'll also probably lose your badge for doing such a stunt, but... Stay with me, Athena. Attorney Justice, why did you shout objection? Utterly unnecessary. You're just talking to your co-counsel. Now he's shouting objection to turn right next to... Okay. Well, I've seen it all in this courtroom today. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo? Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it you
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Oh, no. Damn it. I should always, like, have this shit on Unskippable. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm probably gonna have to mute that later. Oh. Oh. It is. But YouTube allows specific, like, if an artist goes, that's my rendition of that song, to claim it, which because yes, that the song was written in what, like, when was Handel alive? 1800, 1700? It is far past the, you know. Yo, what's up, Max? Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. And a dumb fucking reflex at that. I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. The court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Okay, well, let's forget about the whole last game. Which we did not lose a case. Now suddenly our legal skills are suspect. It's also possible that the judge is secretly, this is conjecture though, speculation, the judge is really holding like secret contempt for the fact that Black Will is allowed to practice right now as a prosecutor. So he's really holding Apollo to an elevated like expectation to make sure that this does not pay off for the prosecutor's office. So he's really going in hard after him. I will hate you forever, Mr. Justice, if you can't get this right. Yeah, that's intellectual property for you. Wait, why is that a celebration? Did something happen? I mean, I think it makes sense. Again, purely speculation. No reason for anyone to believe that it's actually what he's thinking other than, you know, if I were a judge and the prosecution pulled some bullshit like that, I'd be 100% rooting for the defense attorney. Which is another reason you wouldn't ever do this if you're the prosecutor's office. Any judge worth their salt would see this as an affront to the legal system. But they would never get away with it anyway, so never, you know, whatever. But I could see dude being like, why would I support this? Fuck this. Damn, has it been a year? Yeah, I guess so then. Yeah, you're right. February the 24th. Now live in infamy as Putin's small PP day. I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. I will say though, I don't think he's given Blackwell any slack. Much slack that say someone like Payne or Edgeworth has gotten. The only slack he's really showed him, at least today, was when he thought he was gonna get his head chopped off. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Actually, I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Objection. I'd like that statement stricken from the record, Your Honor. Sustained. Keep forgetting I have a gavel. Oh, you have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. But yeah, you can't shit the bed with your rookie there. Absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. To explain how the real killer could escape that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Outside the room. Or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locked room is, too. I mean, this is actually a pretty... I guess he uses a super gavel. I use what is more of a standard size gavel. Most judges these days don't have fucking Smash Bro hammer size gavels like he has. It's used for I understand it's used for effect. Makes sense. But, generally speaking, I mean, in a lot of places you won't even see them use it unless they really have to. And it's pretty consistent here. The judge generally only uses it when the courtroom's out of order, like in general, the whole like gallery and stuff. That's usually the only time you'll see a modern judge use it. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument? I'm really hoping that you have something that can counter this felon's argument. I am giving you a lot of time and asking you several times to provide me this evidence. I mean, I should get a comically large gavel. No, but this is a gift. This was given to me upon my graduation. Well, gavel and the thing that you pound the gavel on. That wasn't my wife's gift. If you're wondering, my wife got me a bobblehead of myself in a suit. Also, when I was a lot tanner. So I'm like 4 shades darker. The bobblehead. Do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument? I think so. Unless it's some sort of like cheap substitute, but I don't think so. The Courtney gavel? Fair. You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Yeah, that's how I would. Vain conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. That is assault. Time to do or die, literally. Hoggany. The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. Sure about this, Apollo? Really explain what happened? I'm fine. You just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. The killer had escaped. How could they have done so? Choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through. There's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's too high up. It's up too high. There's nothing you can stand on to reach it. That's not true. But I guess in that short period of time, it's probably true. Needless to say, without having to, like, with things as they are, like, you would have to then put stuff back so that there was nothing to disturb. The Forbidden Chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then, whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. The Sholmes approach. Once you rule everything out, the last option matter. How unlikely? Must be the answer. What's the quote? Hey, have a good night. Looks good. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. Simple? The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until JC Tenma came on scene was within that locked room. I'd want to exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key,
should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right? I would understand if the killer had exited the room with the key. But is it that he didn't leave?
Are you fucking kidding me, Judge? You literally said, he will kill you if you don't get this right.
The reason the Fox Chambers hallway door was locked was because it locked on its own. So the key was inside, right? Then it has to be this. No, but Tenma wouldn't have locked it. Yeah, no, it doesn't. That doesn't make sense.
I thought when they said Tenma, they meant Tenmataro. Like, that's ambiguous. I don't like how they did this. Like, you can lock something from... There are doors where you can lock something from the inside. And then, like, you open it, you lock it, and then it locks. Like, when the door closes, then it stays locked. So that's what I was thinking of. But I also thought when they said Tenma, they meant Tenmataro, not Mayor Tenma. Mayor should really be in front of that name. How do I escape? Kill myself. That's an escape of some sort. But there isn't really too much of a difference between doing that and then just dying. The room was locked from the outside. In other words, the killer took the key to the... Ah! Yeah, it can't be that either. So the door locked itself? Yeah, that's why that wasn't really an option. Why would the door have locked itself? Oh, wait. Is it just worded weirdly? Is when they say, well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Slipped it in when the door was opened? What does he mean by that? Slipped it? Or someone threw it into the room from the outside, you know, something like go on the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back through the window. No, not through the window, the goddamn door, unless that door can't lock that way. And where would you throw it from? Cliff outside the Fox Chambers window. See, this is one thing I really dislike about these games, is like, there are more than one way to do something like this, and the game doesn't acknowledge that, And that's really annoying, because how are you supposed to know ahead of time that the game isn't going to consider actual alternatives that are possible? Dying is bad for your health. That's true. I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window? Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window? Oh, didn't this have a like an incline or something? Or am I thinking of V3?
Take that!
The air vent? Yes, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right, the Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway. That's right, the real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vents inside the chamber. Ah! God damn it! Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry, I'll explain it so even your honor can understand. Well, that's not passive-aggressive at all. First, the real killer, disguised as Temataro, murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then, they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. We'll also explain then why... All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing. Even I could follow that. The judge seems really pleased. Not super hard to do. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Temataro, and there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer's beating the jailbird prosecutor. Whoa, that was a total turnabout. Who? Nobody says the word turnabout in real life. I had never even, well, I'd personally never heard that word before this game. But I'm just saying, wait, how often do they think this word is used? You just said it, Twain. Pwned. That's because people are cowards. Fair. If you weren't fucking cowards, you'd use the word turnabout more often. Is that what somebody said? I didn't even see that. That massive forehead of his suddenly seems much more attractive now, because he's got a big brain. Order, 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 I say. Now that I prove a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty. Silence. Valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? I mean, I don't have to hit your heart precisely to kill you. It's still cut through an artery, and that'd pretty much do the job, too. Both that little scamp, Trixie Tanuki, saw the yokai after it left the room. Then what? That irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out of the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer split from the youch! That's impossible. Now being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is. If he went through the front door, but wasn't there a door over here? Electric eye here. I've captured that any oh, actually, he could just go through here. He was solid snake-like. Electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there's no sign of Temataro anywhere in the security footage.
Save for the foyer entrance. There is no other way to flee the manor, is there? Incorrect. Don't feel so good. Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large entrance in the foyer. Possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence.
Wench. Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? Seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliffside of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. No! Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right? Huh. Suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. That would mean the killer really was a yokai. Only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer, like in the newspaper. I'm saying we don't. It's completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Not that he could fly, but that he was in the air. Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cords of steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this bullshit. Your Honor? What evidence do you have that the killer flew away? Just take a look at this fucking clown.
Take that!
Take a look at this special edition paper. See, I'm glad they went with photograph instead of special edition paper. Yeah, I feel like you could have cut out like half that dialogue and still got to the conclusion yourself without the game feeling so, did we have something like this? Oh my god. Like, let us use our brains. Isn't that the point? Then Mataro, real or flat of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo was the killer shortly after they fled out of the window? Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting... Hey! How did this happen then? It happened. You can claim it didn't. You don't have to believe it. It was right fucking there in the photo. Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Temataro flew away, you know, by some way or another.
Silence.
It is your brain that has flown the coop. The image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. Okay then, how about the Temataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air? No, there's a rational, common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai or tricksy tanuki witness never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? Like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. Oh, not good. Not good at all. You understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Turner? The falsified yokai remains. Appearance of Tenmataro for the work of one individual. That individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. She's like, yeah, I'm still here. Ah! No! I mean, we wildly accuse any people all the time. But if you're Apollo here, you just go, oh, my client's not guilty? No, that's so callous. Order, order. The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. Though, if you're the judge, you'll say, so are you no longer accusing the current defendant? Because we'd have to have a whole nother case
to try the other person.
The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. It's no wonder that a superstitious mind conjectured up this mad masquerade.
Oh, he's saying, okay, so he's saying that he still killed the alderman, but then she saw the scene and then decided, I'm going to cover this up because it must have been him that killed the alderman? I guess? Okay, but also you can't just say, Photoshop. And the judge is like, oh, okay. We would have to go into that article more depth. Probably get the author, the photographer, the original print to see if it had been altered. Like, yeah, that's... It would just be like, oh, okay, yeah. Trickery.
Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window.
That's true in a vacuum, except that there's actually photographic evidence that you have to address. You have to address it, and they're just not doing it.
You truly believe this could end any other way?
All right, into his trap?
What do we do now, Paolo? Case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, Caesar. It's time I interrogated her as a samurai of your wood. Hold it!
Mayor Tenma?
This farce is over. How's it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenmataro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor. It'd be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution will be willing to overlook a little yokai farce.
Confess? The defendant intends to confess? Wait! Apollo! Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Mayor Tenma, no! Don't fall for his twisted words. It's coercion. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone.
Real killer is...
Mayor Tenma's gonna confess unless we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away.
Caw. Look upon me in despair. Ripe is the time for my return.
Uh-oh, I should watch What I Wish For.
Caw. Foolish mortals. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek.
Mayor Tenma?
Silence! I am Tenmataro, free from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King.
Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation. No, to barter for that in open court? No, that's not okay. That's not okay. The witness will, you explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time?
Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenmataro, you say? Ha! What nonsense.
So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now?
Caw. His body is now mine.
So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Fields saw, and the one captured in the newspaper photo, those were all you?
The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form.
This is good. This is like this is akin to like the Picard Riker double face palm.
Your boldness. This not be interpreted as an admission of guilt?
Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented.
It as it may, the defense's case has been overturned.
What? Oh yeah, I could just say that too, and it mean absolutely nothing.
You claim the yokai that Little Scamp saw was some third party. True killer. Want to escape from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ah! Wrong, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a matter of speaking. The alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma. The yokai at the scene? That too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. Pieces have all fallen into place.
How so, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the forbidden chamber's door, then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman delivered to his head. That's when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled onto the scene of the crime. The scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. Newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the fox chamber. But you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
That does not sound like Jonathan Davis. When we arrived on the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible? He was supposed to have flown out the foyer window.
And what? You mean to say the maid of QB Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro? Oh. Ah! Caw. That too is easily explained. Though about for a time but presently tired, I made for the forbidden chamber. Alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the fox chamber, and I knew no more.
Why was I... Whatever.
It would seem the pieces are still in place.
Blackwell up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real live...
Is that rumor about Mayor Tenma's true? The yokai were real?
He really did kill the alderman just so they could release Tenma Taro? Order! Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. Simon says on steroids. Wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai.
We're real ducks all in a row. Now I have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your boldness.
He should have every, like, qualm about it. Because at this point, yeah, you've pleaded insanity because you were in control of your own faculties, if that were true. This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
No! Mayor Tenma's just pretending to be Tenmataro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to...
Silence.
This is the dark age of law, where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. Oh! But convicted felons who are serving prison time and are prosecutors now, they're to be trusted. Are you fucking kidding me? I can't believe he even had the gall to say that. It's so unbelievably stupid for him to say that. If I'm the judge, I would like have gotten up and started laughing in his face, with the bailiff obviously pointing a gun to his head just in case he would try anything, as I laughed in his face. It's but a broad again time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence.
Trust me, bro. And prove it by joining me. That's bullshit. That's not the only way to prove it. Night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. But then he can't investigate. Why don't I just promise not to succumb to anything? Actually, that'd be pretty funny, though. I'm not gonna lie, that'd be pretty funny. But have evidence in a confession. There's this yokai before us. Is beyond dispute. Guilty verdict is all but... Fuck! Oh, what's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. Oh, what in the devil was that? Wright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? Ha 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 ha! It seems you found that quite shocking. My special Jolt of Justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackwell, found out. Ah! Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. Prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. Court is adjourned. Christ, this game. Has it been retired? Dog! You don't deserve this. I don't know, she probably likes it or whatever, but you don't deserve this. Fuck that guy. Yep. That was the whole thing. Looks like Zach to me. Except without his mustache. That would be a better choice, but he's not dead, I guess. Like, this looks like something you'd put up for, like, a dead person.
I don't think I ever noticed that. They each had their own baiting club. That's an interesting deal. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented, to say the least. We didn't have to go and fucking Westlaw that one, Athena. I am Tenbataro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell's playing along. Ah, I can't even think straight anymore. Need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Hey, back! Guess who's conveniently here for more investigation? Oh! Whoa, Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work?
Actually, this is all I ever wear. But yeah, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick.
I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. That's where we have like the sitcom laugh together. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape.
Whoever did that was the Temitaro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw.
Right. Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct.
Real fight starts now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear.
That's actually that's I like that. I like that. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I was this close to just ending stream right there. You should all praise me for holding that back as hard as I could. That is true, Lynn, but people don't necessarily think that rationally when they become overpowered with rage. This is how we will help this situation. It is. It's a more genuine smile. I love her sarcastic smile, though. The thing is that in the game, it doesn't even look sarcastic. Like, in the situations that she uses it, you can tell that she's genuinely in a good mood. She's kind of like bouncing around or whatever. But yeah, I mean, this is better as a genuine smile and not a fucking.
Is that so, Polly? 3, 2, 1, ta-da!
No, I got my drink. I gotta at least finish this before stream now. Before stream ends. I poured it to deal with this. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Who? Don't. Ugh. What did all go in there? The statue's still there. What were the two things? It was this, and then two things, and then the paper was here. Oh, the flower, the limp flower. Forget what the other thing was. And then one other thing here? One other thing that was on this page? It was this, and this. But this whole page was full. It wasn't because we had this. That was added later. Oh, the TV guide thing. Yeah. Right, you would never do that. You would never, ever do that. It makes sense as to why the game does it, and I do appreciate that the game does that. It's good for the context of playing a video game. It makes a lot of sense. I actually like that they do that. In real life, you would never do that. Never, ever, 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 ever. I wonder where all that stuff goes. I don't know, man. Ask your sister. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vamonos, Apollo, vamonos. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... I wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. Yeah. Vamonos, vamonos. That is one Spanish word I know. I know more Spanish than that, but I swear, there, like, andale, there's still, like, Spanish words that I see, and I'm like, I have never seen that spelled before, like, out in front of me. I know what it means, and I've said it, but I've never seen it written. I mean, vamos is a thing too, isn't it? Isn't that just... Is vamos in a different, means more like, come on. Vamos! It'll probably take a while for him to recover. Sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need.
Air duct is the key. We know the Tenmataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the fox chamber through the hallway door. Then after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the fox chamber through the air vent here. Then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. The killer passed through the air duct. Maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. I'm sure the court will trust us. We're like, hey, we found this. Trust us. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Oh, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. There's a thick layer of dust in here. Of course, this could all be avoided if Apollo simply had a smartphone and a flashlight. And/or flashlight. But no, in the year 2026 or whatever, the defense attorneys still don't have standard issue smartphones. I don't get it. Find anything? Yeah, it's Apollo. What happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So what'd you find? You know, dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time. Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. You think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting no one's gone through that duct lately? I know it looks that way. That's true. Mayor Tenma's going to be fingered as the killer. But see, here's the problem. This is why defense attorneys can't just do shit like this. Because if he got here before Blackwell and no one else had looked in the duct, he's already created a situation where it looks like somebody has been through there, even though they hadn't been beforehand. So you can just say, it seemed like somebody was there. It wasn't just covered in dust, as it should have been otherwise. I know, I went in. Trust me, bro. Yeah, how they don't use a flashlight there is beyond ridiculous. But you don't turn things around quickly. In justice we trust. Oh, and they're also talking about their case right in front of the detective. Ah! Ha ha ha! Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Ugh! Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. I'm back to my old devastated self. Oh, come on. Where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man, bring it on. Please suffer in peace. Ha 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 ha! Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Ah! Are you calling me a bad guy? Me? Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice? Now how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? About the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again, understood? You did it, Apollo. Let me proudly yell about how I just manipulated his dumb ass right in front of him. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? I can't believe Professor... I keep saying Professor. I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell would stoop that low. I mean, to pin the blame on a yokai? He really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Well, I mean, she loses her irises and pupils somehow.
Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write dotard 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right, I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It's at the base of the cliff just outside QB Manor. Wait, that isn't the staff Tematara was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. This Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way! What about Prince? Oh, no Prince. But if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. Well, Prince or no Prince, it's not going to work in our favor. The staff might have belonged to the mansion. If that's the case. And where in the mansion did Tenmataro get it from? Prosecutor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales? He did indeed. He's a sharp one, all right. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger in the victim's past. The Amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered the great hero. The Amazing Ninetales fans are so angry they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestler here was murdered. Don't blame them for trying to overrun a jail because someone they liked died? An entertainer they liked died. I don't do that, but yeah, I suppose. Must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the Amazing Ninetales? Dislike. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. You ought to become fans yourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No! Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client? Oh, yeah. Duh. You be careful now, you're defending the most hated mayor in history. I bet we can find a few more hated mayors. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Or a sharpshooter, or an arm bar, or an ankle lock, or a cobra clutch, or a hurt lock, or a... Shit, what does Asuka use? A Rings of Saturn, or a Walls of Jericho. Is it the Asuka lock? I think it was something else. The Psych lock, there you go. Sleeper, or the Taz mission. Or effective sleeper holds. I'm sure somebody's done a bear hug at some point too. Hulk Hogan wanted to do the, well, in retrospect, wishes that his finisher had been the bear hug. Instead of the leg drop that basically disintegrated his spine over decades of use. Door lock. Figure 4 leg lock. What is that? Alright, so Right leg, you take their left leg, put it against your right leg. Like, put that straight. And then you... God, it's been so long since I did this to somebody. And it's really hard to do without people with, like, actual legs in front of me. That, then you bring it up. With your other leg and through. And then pull? Is that it? Basically, you're trying to like twist their legs like out in a natural way. So you bend one sideways first? Because I always thought you took the straight side first, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's you bend the leg first, and then, because I guess that would make sense. Because you're bending it and you're turning, and then you're going through and then coming down on the straight leg. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's how it works. Yeah, Ric Flair. His daughter Charlotte Flair uses the figure 8, which is the figure 4, and then she fucking, what's that stretch called? She like pushes herself up with her arms, so she's like a fucking bridge. I honestly don't think that looks any more painful, but it looks impressive. Yeah, this is a good reference for this wrestling scenario we're talking about. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Somebody asked me about his suit. I think it's fine. I'm actually a fan of white suits. I think the gold buttons are nice. The only thing I'll say is that, and I actually really like the undershirt and tie. These are actually like really loud. And, like, I would not suggest people wear them, but I like it. Like, you gotta be confident to pull that off. One thing I will say is that I don't know what I would change about the suit, but the whole presentation seems to, like he's a high-end, not bellhop, like above a bellhop. Like what's his face's character in Home Alone 2, Tim Curry's character, because like Rob Schneider's the bellhop, but then like Tim Curry was above him. No, it's somebody in a hotel that I'm thinking of. A bellhop is somebody that helps you with your bags at a hotel. And then they'll also help with, if you order like room service, they'll bring that to you. They're essentially the waiter. Is the concierge the person that, is a concierge like above bellhops? I thought they were separate. I could be wrong though. I don't, that's just an assumption I made. Could be the concierge. Rich people? I assure you, in the US at least, it's not a rich people thing. Almost all hotels, well, that's not true. I was gonna say all hotels, that's not true. There are hotels that definitely do not have bellhops. But like, I'd say a good amount of them do. But yeah, it looks too, I don't want to say, it's not servanty. That's too derogatory for the outfit, but it's more like you're in a service position that's kind of like that. And I don't know exactly what I would change, but something about that this presentation screams that to me, and I don't exactly know what it is. There could be some alterations to make it seem like more like he's the one in power as opposed to serving the ones in power. Hotels in general is a rich person thing? How fucking expensive are hotels in Finland? Jesus. Just cover a student in a ton of blood. Yeah, just stab him. That'll fix it. The backs, maybe, because these are like unnatural for like this sort of outfit, right? Like you wouldn't, this isn't something you would expect. Because this is what, his gun holster? I didn't initially think it was the gloves, but I wonder how it would look if he didn't have the gloves. Because the gloves just might be too... The gloves might make it so that there's too much white there. Like, if I could wear a white suit, but I would not wear white gloves with a white suit. I wouldn't wear any gloves with white. At least, not like these types of gloves. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it. Our suspect did suffer partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals." Also, his sunglasses are fucking S tier. These are awesome. First of all, aviators are great. Second of all, aviators with good gradients, lighter gradients, I think are fantastic. And you know how I should feel about these, right? Because guess what color it kind of looks like they are? Not 100%. But what's it kind of look like? And I think these look great on him. It is more peachy than orange, but I mean, it has like a, you look at this, like, oh, it's kind of orangey. Dude, don't. Again, if there's something worse than oranges, like just flat out worse than oranges, kumquats. My wife bought some for some goddamn reason, and she had me and her sister try some, and we agreed that basically kumquats tasted like if the skin had rotted from an orange and you just ate the rotted skin. That's a kumquat. I'm not even gonna kick you for that, Maxim, because that's just being lazy. Just, oh, I'm gonna go anyway, so vague and ambiguous. Ah! It is a disgusting word, but also amazing for the exact same reason. Oh, bananas are great. Bananas are great, but I understand why some people don't like the texture. It is a very texture. And other things of that nature. I don't get this. Is this a graphical glitch? Or like, it just looks weird. It almost looks like he has a cut. Instead of it just being like a, like the side of his lip being folded. I wonder what Mayor Ted might remember. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him. I know. Why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Haha. Yeah, but that's a really sharp lip fold. Does not look good. It does sound like a setup for a D's Nuts joke. What now, Paolo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might find some words of wisdom. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. We all know what Phoenix is gonna do. He's gonna be like, blah, 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 surly stuff, unhelpful. Ha ha ha. He wishes he had DSLs. Those are not DSLs. If anything, that shit looked like it cut a dick. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Fuck, I keep doing that. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff and the only way is down. Well, I mean, yeah, those are how cliffs work. But whatever. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time it's like we're bound and gagged, too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Oh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. I mean, Phoenix is the closest you'll get to like a normal-looking person out of like the main cast. And I mean, the only reason he doesn't look normal is because his suit is too blue. I guess if you're talking, we were just talking about the dress, right? Like, yeah, if he had a darker blue suit, it would look very normal. I have alcohol in my mouth, so ain't no orange coming in here right now. Yeah, it's all going in accordance with my plan. And you're just like, what does that mean? I did do a fruit tier list. Like the first tier list stream, I think. Coulter, that beanie is not a normal goddamn thing a person wears. Because I'll tell you, I have one. And my wife refuses to let me leave the house with it on. That's a good tier list. Like, how likely or how appropriate versus inappropriate. A Namgo and a Materwellen. Wow, did you CJ on purpose there? Filter, how many times have I had to say I have probably more style than 99% lawyers you will know, because I actually don't just walk into court with white shirt / blue or gray suit. I'm a pioneer. Keep that in mind. Watch me in court sometime. No, but I walked into court with a Papa beanie on, so... Got him. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here, too. Mr. Wright. How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena? You know, I look at him and I'm like, oh, he looks so tired. And I think to myself, like, oh yeah, I'm older than him. Always makes me feel great now when I see older Phoenix in his suit and shit. I'm like, I'm still more exhausted than he is. But I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. I was so disappointed with your work. God, wonder why I hired either of you. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know. I've never had to defend a yokai before. I'm trying to distinguish their voices by like having Apollo be like younger me, but that's not super easy to do. And Phoenix being like an older version of me, that's more of just an idealized older version of me. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. Yeah, you guys really fucked up there. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped the Forbidden Chamber. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. No. Your reasoning that it was possible is sound. Your contention that it actually happened, though, is not so strong.
Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we gonna get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. G also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck, along with many other pieces of knowledge of the flesh.
Oh man, I still remember my high hopes after case 1-1. Go to bed. That's my horny jail. My dreams are my horny jail. I don't have horny dreams. I just have weird goddamn dreams. No, not cannibalism. Coulter.
That's right. Always believe in your client no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon.
Except for when you gotta call them liars, as this game has told you is something we apparently do.
Basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe.
Huh? You were in Europe?
Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study various legal systems over there.
You know, when I was just kind of like in and out the office randomly and you were taking care of my daughter? Sorry, I forgot to mention I was going overseas.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law.
I did.
An old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so...
Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then.
It was like fate brought us together.
Weren't you like 14 years old? I guess that's like when he met Emma, too.
It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all.
I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. Oh, yes. Yes. Many people that I see that are 13 or 14 and think they're good lawyer material become lawyers at 18. just like that.
I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Like any psychologist.
You would fucking hope so.
Ah, it's nothing special.
Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers.
Yeah, you think? It's just a thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, and I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard.
Like runs into an actual book. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer, even though I said she had lawyer material and I had high hopes for her. And at the tender age of 18, no less, still thought she could be an utter failure. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Not like I got my law degree super young either.
Or personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
I'm going to go visit our client again.
I think that's a good idea.
Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention center.
No, 18 is not quite a ways from 22 when you consider that 8 and 9 was the average that we found in Japan? No. Suddenly those are just both incredibly young and impressive. Like it's like a fuck, what do they call it? Like it's not diminishing returns, but like once you get past a certain gap, then like everything below that seems kind of the same in terms of like being extraordinary. Like, yeah, 18's extraordinary, but 22's also extraordinary. I mean, maybe. That's you, though. That's anecdotal evidence, Trep. You know that's no good. That's not how everybody would think. Yeah, and just seems to be a whole dose of ignorance to begin with. Well, yeah, and I don't believe it makes any sense in this circumstance. Because remember, it's not just that he sees her as superhuman. It's that he looks at himself as though he's suddenly not, which is stupid. Because even if you believe what you say you believe, right? Like, you meet somebody at 18, you're like, man, they must be superhuman. Are you suddenly going to think that you're less of a prodigy? No, they're just more of a prodigy. Yeah, he was bitching about it the entire... I was ranting about that for like an hour. Just like, oh, God. It didn't make any sense. Like, if you're 22 and you know the average person gets a law degree at 28 to 29, you see somebody at 18, you're not suddenly going to think, oh, man, I didn't get out really quickly. I'm not a prodigy. No, you're just going to see them as, well, they're superhuman. Okay, that's fine. But you wouldn't necessarily think less of yourself. That would be stupid. Well, to be fair, if it happens in Doogie Howser's universe, I'm pretty sure it happens in this universe, too. Mayor Tim, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Gasha!
Hey!
Ka-ka-ka! So my minions have returned.
Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again. It is a cool trick how he made his irises and pupils disappear.
Silence, peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste.
Wow, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. Starting to wonder if we should even be helping him with his freedom. Atina, shut up. So we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed, you know what I mean?
If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask of me what you will. Ask of me what you will.
I cannot talk anymore. This game has destroyed my brain. I suppose it's worth a shot. Can you stop doing that, please? Well, I mean, even if he didn't talk directly, that doesn't mean there wasn't something that was implicitly stated. I don't know. It happened on Tuesday, so I've already forgotten exactly what it was. Oh, did he say something? Could be self-esteem issues. Okay. Could be, I guess. That doesn't really make it good writing for your protagonist, though. And again, makes it really seem super inconsistent with the rest of your world. Like, that's the thing. This universe is just all over the fucking place. Oh, he's just an idiot, that's fine. What is that? Like, it should... The fact that we can acknowledge that Athena became an attorney very young, and like Edgeworth, but we can't do it with Apollo doesn't make any sense. Why are we not doing it for Apollo? It's not that Apollo has to say anything. Phoenix could say something about it. Wow, you became an attorney at 22. That's 3 years earlier than what I did. They don't even say that. Because they want to feed into this self-esteem bullshit. But the self-esteem bullshit only exists because the high praise everybody else is getting for doing something, same thing Apollo did, but he's not getting the same praise or recognition that everybody else is. I wouldn't. Oh, yeah, to a certain extent, I agree with that, Maxim. Which is, I guess, part of my issue. I complain about, like, it's not an excuse, but, like, yeah, it's not super good at world building. I'd agree with that, and so it deserves to be criticized. Well, so there wasn't supposed to be a second game. And then Apollo Justice is supposed to be the last game. So when you develop things with those expectations, that's bound to happen. I'm still gonna shit on you when you fuck up, though, because there are still other ways that they could have went about this, and they still chose to do it in poor ways. Their execution was still poor in many ways. And it's not like they had no choice. They just weren't good. They just weren't any good at filling their, the holes that they put themselves in. Sometimes devs just fail at stuff. Are those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing?
Indeed. Remnants of Tenmataro, king of the underworld they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Ha 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 ha!
Prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie.
What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once.
Huh? Mayor Tama, is that you?
Well now. Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien.
A little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman QB, did you?
I've killed no one. Remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. If I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him, leaving naught but...
Yikes! So you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clubbed with this statue. Better ask about this too. Yeah, unless Investigations 1 was created in an extremely truncated development period from start to finish, at least. You would think they would have had to have some idea. Although, based on some of the writing in that game, that wouldn't have surprised me either. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me.
Indeed I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago.
Just don't tell me which end. I guess regurgitated implies that it came from the mouth, but... Sure, okay.
Behold the key to the Forbidden Chamber.
Whoa! Is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too?
I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer to Damien, whereupon he swallowed it.
Because he put it in his ass first, and then it regurgitated.
He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber.
Wanted to keep it shut tight?
No fingerprints shall you find upon that key.
I didn't know that. Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then?
Foolish mortal! You would have me, Tenmataro, act as an asinine alchemist? I but asked the jailer and my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Ka-ka-ka-ka! Always an honor to serve, your malevolence.
Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere around the door. In or around the door. Yeah, it happened in South Park, so obviously. Their whole thing is that they could vomit poop. Which is, why would you ever want to do that?
Curse that infernal door. If I had known its manner of opening long, long ago, would I have made my return?
He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Fucking hand. It's a condition, but it's fatal? So, what, it only happens once? I mean, I would think fecal matter going up through parts of the body it's not supposed to go through would instantly, like, cause some severe damage.
Subscription!
Hey, thank you to Leo for the sub. Depends on the judge, really. How much patience the judge has.
What, might I ask, is that?
Statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder. Large cloth, and then he hit Tenma over the head with it, and then they threw the cloth. They threw the cloth across the room, and then, which then got put underneath the chair, and then placed the statue down right next to. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing.
Let me see if Damien knows about such a thing. Yes, something wrapped in just such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman Cuby, it would seem. He, however, had not had a chance to see it till now. The cloth did conceal it.
If the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck?
Of that, Damien does not know.
Secret gift? Interesting. So it was like cloth wrapping paper. That would make more sense as to why the cloth was on the statue before. It still doesn't explain how the cloth got to where it was after the fact. But that would at least seem to wrap up, unintended, the idea that he took the statue, wrapped it up, and then knocked him over the head, which was utterly ridiculous. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it? I don't know, game. Are you... wow, this game is really hand-holdy. Whereas Apollo Justice was basically the complete opposite to a problematic point, this game is the exact opposite. Maybe Jinxie knows. I wonder if Jinxie knows something about it. Perhaps we should visit Jinxie. I should show him this. I should also show him this.
Why this? This is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien.
Apparently someone slipped it into the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
You have questions, do you? Very well. Ask away, mortal.
Who placed this in the alderman's pocket?
Very few. Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase.
So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase. Potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket.
Could it have been His doing. Mr. Mayor? I mean, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed, I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter. Damien's aide, Florence LaBelle. Full knowledge of that briefcase contents did that aide possess. Maybe the blackmail and the murder we're looking for. That's preposterous. He's the most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. It's like Alfred.
Oh my god, the guy that looks like the Joker has been obviously evil from the beginning might have been the real killer. Oh my god. Well, I hope it's in between Apollo Justice and this game, because that's really that's the sweet spot. I still don't think you should have played this game as your first Ace Attorney game, regardless of it being in a new platform. Like, that's just the decision I would have made. I understand why they would do that, but I don't think that was a good decision.
Seems like Mayor Tinma's a bit too trusting of those around. Still, this is huge. We know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the Alderman's pocket. Of course, the player's known that from the beginning. Only Apollo's dumbass had no idea. Look out, Florent LaBelle. Here comes justice. You know what? You don't even have the right to say that. After how long it took for you to figure that out. Let's go find Mr. LaBelle and rake him over the coals. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead that us as the player already had. But the game made us go through all this nonsense just to get it. There's something that still bothers me. Mr. LaBelle is the killer. Could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber. Probably search it for clues. Only one problem. How do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? I'll talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. It is. I agree. It is actually the complete opposite of Apollo Justice. Let's go here first. Hey, isn't that? You dare imprison me? Jinxie! Jeez, acting really strange. That loathsome, no-good nine-tailed fox! He shall know the terror that is mine in despair! Grrr. You shall pay, oh, you shall pay dearly! All of you! Jinxie, are you alright? Eat! Ah! Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning? Isn't it already past noon? What am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no, it must have been Makuragaishi. Makuragaishi? Ever wake up after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Makuragaishi thing. Sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Banksy, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Thought them evil things can creep inside me. I'd say we had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I'd better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you. Ah, there was something I wanted to tell you too. I remembered something else. You did? What was it? Sure, we can tell the court. And they'll trust us without question that you indeed said. Yeah, that was the Nightman for real. Jesus. Friendship for everyone. All right. We're over 4 hours. That'll be it for today. But that's not all. Oh no.
that's not all. We still have our regularly scheduled stream tomorrow. So, we will be back. I mean, I don't know. Am I going to finish? Like, if I do another 4-hour stream and not just lose my mind, is it going to be enough for me to finish this case? Okay, then that's what we'll plan to do. It was less aggravating, although, again, I did come this close to ending stream. Just cutting it off. Being like, I'm done. But I'm like, nope. Got to fight through it. The thing is that, and I know I might be setting myself up for complete failure here, though, is I'm not sure how this case could get any worse than it's been. So I don't see how I could get that sidetracked. The only reason this case is still better than Big Top is because this is the same thing like Turnabout Serenade. I still like the characters. I like Jinxie a lot. The introduction to Athena is really good. Jinxie's dad is funny. I mean, the prosecutor, complete horseshit, but whatever. That's the game. Whereas Big Top had, like, Max was the only character I gave a shit about. All the other characters, I'm like, go away. Go away. I actually do not want to talk to you. Even what's-his-fuck's kind of, like, he's amusing. The Filch, he's amusing, at the very least. I did not. What do you mean, Trep? But yeah, Paisano, I have been told that that's when I should play the DLC. Okay, so what? So that's the, okay. That looks fun. Looking forward to that. No, it's fine. I already knew Pearl was coming back at some point in this game. I'm gonna have to change her voice a little bit though. She's significantly older. I am not giving her Arnold's voice. Oh my god. You're all terrible people. People in the comments that are watching this later, tell the people in chat how terrible they are for telling me to make Pearl's new voice Arnold. No, she's not 18 yet, is she? Pearl's voice, but more high-pitched? That seems counterintuitive. She might have to steal Kay's voice. Kay's voice is actually probably pretty good for her. Pearl's voice, but like, you're just an awful human being. Maybe I'll go and brush up on my K. Since I don't expect K to come back, that voice has to be taken over by somebody. Because again, my female voices are very limited. I'm a dude. My voice range isn't amazing. So... Hey, Mamma Mia and Pearl's voice? No, I spoiled it. Because I wanted to make sure I knew how to get to the DLC. And I saw Pearl, but I also already knew Pearl was in this game. So, like, I spoiled myself that she's going to be in that case. But I'm not super mad because I already knew she was coming back at some point. I'm not giving her the.
Hey, Phoenix. It's been so long since I've seen you.
God. Ugh. I have a feeling Maya's probably coming back, considering I've seen her in promotional art for Spirit of Justice before. So, not gonna give her Maya's voice. Unless I gave Maya Mia's voice, and then Pearl Maya's voice. But Pearl also never had the British accent. God, it's been. Hold on. Oh, that's fine, Trep. You didn't have to delete that. Like I said, I already knew. I've seen her new design. I saw that like at this point like 2 years ago. That was something that was like super spoiled a long time ago. Yeah, you do that. Okay. No, it's fine. I understand the reflex, but I just wanted Ken to make sure that he knows that I already knew what he was talking about. God, I have to. It's been so long since I've done. God, I feel like I can't even do it anymore.
Mr. Wright! Mr. Wright, why aren't you with Mystic Maya? Or Mamma Mia?
There. Oh, I'm gonna miss that voice. But yeah, I guess maybe I will do that. Maya's older, Pearl's older. I can't just give them the same voices anymore. Mia's gone forever, hopefully. No more spirit Mia. Don't confirm or deny that. But if Mia's gone, then I can give Maya more of Mia's voice.
And then I can give Pearl more of Maya's voice. Pearly?
She is going to get falsely accused of murder multiple times.
I said I might be a war criminal.
Of course she's okay. All right, well, I will consider. Okay. All right, Trep, let me ask you. Am I going to be able to start the next case tomorrow? Because if so, then I need to do this like tonight. Think about it. I think the K thing makes more sense just because, again, K didn't like Pearl. I didn't give Pearl a British accent. Possibly that doesn't help then. Who's getting Pearl's voice? Whatever child Phoenix and Maya have together. Yeah, Phoenix X Maya forever shippers. Ugh. Just kidding. No, actually, not kidding about that. It's still the best ship. But I do not know what child would get. Maybe Pearl's voice is just retired. I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't be super upset.
Because this voice really isn't super comfortable to do for a long time.
If I don't get stuck at all, I'd have about an hour to go by the time I'm done. Yo, what's up, Delaware? All right. Well, I'll at least do reconnaissance on Kay's voice. So that I can figure out if I want to give Pearl Kay's voice or some variant therein. Or if I just shift Maya to Mia and then Pearl to Maya. Oh man. This seems like a bigger deal than it should be. Because it's just such a dramatic shift for Pearl. I'll just have to sleep. Maybe I'll pull. Maybe I'll pull you guys. Maybe I'll get both ready and I'll pull chat. So if it's going to be a big deal to you, you might be around. Want to be around tomorrow to vote on that. K was a lower pitched pearl. Did I say that? That would make a lot more sense then. I don't remember saying that, but I'll take your word for it. It makes sense that that's what I would have done. Because I didn't want to give Kay a Valley Girl voice. But yeah. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging. Getting through this garbage. I'll be back tomorrow. See you guys then. Thank you to Trep for the re-up. Much appreciated. Thank you to CJ for the 2 Buckaroos Canadian. And see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Have a good night, everybody. See you later.
Yes!
I did
No,
not.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
That
I
is
apologize.
hysterical.
I don't want you to try to kill it.
No.
Because you're gonna fail again.
Right.
And I don't want that to happen.
Right. No, I wasn't really going to try. It's clear I can't do anything to it. So.
Right. So we're on the same page.
Right. Yeah. I know you like to assume that I'm an inept moron, but you know.
I don't like to assume.
But yet you still do for some
Fist
reason.
bump?
So, anyways,
Okay.
I'm just gonna try to climb
For
fast.
the record, me and KY just fist bumped.
We did not.
I can confirm that it did not happen.
Damn stenographers. Alright,
Yeah, can you read back?
let the record show that KY and Tone did not, in fact, fist bump.
You want to make